The good news is I don't hear anything when I'm not talking. The good news is I don't hear anything when I'm not talking. I am kind of far away from the microphone. The good news is I don't hear anything
Let's
when
go ahead
I'm not
and
talking.
pause that.
I am kind of far away from the microphone. The good news is I don't hear anything
Let's
when
go ahead
I'm not
and
talking.
pause that.
I am kind of far away from the microphone. The good news is I don't hear anything
Let's
when
go ahead
I'm not
and
talking.
pause that.
I am kind of far away from the microphone. The good news is I don't hear anything. Great. It also sounds like me clearing my throat constantly is going to be cut out from the microphone, which is just lovely. Okay, so I'm keeping an eye on my upload rate. It looks like we're good so far. I've got, yeah, perfectly good upload rate so far. So, okay, cool. Well, I'm going to go ahead and get rolling. Um, so, let's see. It's been since about January since I played this. Today, I just kind of wanted to get into the spell lab and sort of remember how everything works. Okay, got my normal little character here. And let's see what. Spark Bolt. Best one. Okay, so since I know Spell Lab likes to override this stuff, aha, perfect. Knew that shit was gonna happen. Okay. Alright, off to the Spell Lab. So, okay, I keep getting distracted by my stream preview. Right. So I need a wand. I think. Let's see. No shuffle. Yep. I just want to start with something. Or wait. Actually, I think if I do the challenges. Yeah. Yep. This is what we want. So. Ah, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I remember this. In fact, I probably have some OneNote files for. Yeah, actually, yes, I do. Okay, hang on. Or actually, I might be able to get away with using the Steam notes instead. Yeah, that way I don't have to stream OneNote. Yeah. Yep. All right. Let me get my Noita notebook up because I do have. Oh man, yeah, I actually saved some good stuff here. Cool. Oh man, still have that big list of goals because originally I thought I was going to do all the challenges in this game, but boy, there's a lot of them, and boy, do they take a long time. Also, I shamelessly save scum if I'm going to be going for the like second or third run, like new game plus two or something like that, just because I I've spent a long time playing games at this point, several decades, and I just don't have the time that I used to. I don't have the patience that I used to, and so, if I feel like I'm going to lose 20 or 30 hours of progress, it's like Steel Soul in Silksong, right? I did that a couple times, got to Act 2, lost 10 or 12 hours of progress, and I just said, you want to reward people for being able to play consistently, right? or for being able to survive, you want to create this extremely high level of risk, like weight to every decision you make, right? Adaptability is key, all of that. That works great for roguelites that last at most an hour and a half. But when you're dealing with a 20-hour playthrough of a full, difficult, complicated game that you've put a lot of effort into, like assuming this run goes, I will have tunneled through the entire starting mountain and created rows of spells organized into stacks based on their castellet, based on what projectile they are. There will be at least 200 modifiers on the ground inside of that gallery that I'm going to create. So when I say losing all progress, we're not talking about a run. We're talking about an entire fucking era of effort. All that gets wiped at New Game Plus, but so it will happen at some point. But regardless, the point is I value my time more than that. I don't want to spend 3 hours setting up a run 10 times in a row. Okay. Now, all that being said, I do want to implement a save scumming mod for this at some point because what you can do is there's the finicky way to like force close the game, and it's how I kept my New Game Plus 2 run alive. But it doesn't feel good. It really doesn't. And I mean, it's not going to feel official no matter what. It is cheating, but it's better than force closing the game like you're rage quitting something, right? Because that's not what we're doing. We're experimenting. There are going to be times where I cast Circle of Piss on myself out of nowhere, just accidentally. And I understand that the design of the Circle of spells is that they're the highest risk, right? Like they can annihilate anything. And so clearly, if you're careless enough to cast it on yourself, you deserve to be annihilated. I get that. I get that. It's just not how I want to approach it. So, all right. Okay. All that being said, if I recall right, the first few of Spell Lab here are just going to be total damage. I think they get into the rate, yeah, DPS, etc. at some point, but for right now, I still have to remember how Spell Lab works here, but yep, so queuing up just the added to your inventory. Oh, right, it's up here. Okay. Yep, so easy peasy. I know this will get into crazier stuff here shortly. Damage per second. Okay, here we go. So, if I remember right, and this is where I'm going to have to try to remember and reference my notes and all that. Here we go. Is that... Okay, I believe the Castellet on the wand, right, Castellet on the wand is 15, and so we want that to get as close to 0 as possible, while still putting out a decent amount of damage. If I remember right, Spark Bolt's good for its crit chance, but not necessarily for its damage, and so if I want to do a bunch of damage, Castellet... Oh, that's right, Spitter Bolt reduces Castellet. This is easy. Yeah, we'll put 2 on there. Why not? Let me see how this looks. That may not be enough, but I'm going to give it a shot. Okay, not quite, but... Let's see. Oh, that's right, they got, like, the hints down there, but... Which one of these... Oh, no, it's Bubble Spark. Yeah, that was my bad. I remember now. it? 60 shots a second? Okay, not quite. I'll say, I'm pretty sure that's at least a solution. Now I'm curious, what was their solution? Just one bubble spark? Right. Okay. Alright. Yeah. This is clearly going to take me a little bit of time. Because I remember now you've got your recharge rate as well as your cast delay, and the cast delay does not matter if you only have one. Yeah, see, the recharge time is 0. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see that. Okay. In that case, yeah, it is just a bubble spark. Not each, yeah. Each card inside the wand, not the entire cast for the wand. Alright. So... recharge time, 200 or more total. Right. Oh, just total? What does this have to do with recharge time? Okay, 1 second there. Do any of these reduce recharge time? I don't think they do. No, you gotta get like modifiers to reduce recharge time. Okay, so does it just want me to do some damage, I guess? Oh, here, let's see what this says. Oh, that's right, these are meant to teach you. These aren't necessarily hints. Unlike cast delay applied when you have... Right, yeah, that's what I just said. There are ways to mitigate it, that's right. Oh, that's right. You get around it by either wrapping, which is fun in itself, or by using very low cast delay. So, you just want me to use Bubble Spark again? But, like, however many... How many slots do I have? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, this is definitely going to be a little bit faster than the 1 second recharge time, so, well, I was lucky. Right. So now we have this lovely little, what could be perceived as a shot. Not really. So... at least read the last... Oh, no, that was the last bit. Alright. Moving on. Yep, so DPS 150 is what we're heading for. That's fine. Now, what do we have to say about it? What's the difference between these? I have 2 wands. There's... Oh, it's going to tell me to, like, switch between the wands instead of... Yeah. Right. Negate high recharge times. Yeah, because you can stop it, because it doesn't actually start the recharge until the end, right? So, if you put... What's the recharge time? 4 seconds. Okay, great. So, if I do 1, and then I just cycle... But if I do... that I had, because of the split by spells, I had a ridiculous Holy Bomb spell. So, more than 1 cast, yep. Yep. Okay, yeah, so that's what I just did. In 10 seconds or less, though. How exactly are we expecting that? So that is... Yeah, the 8 damage per second ought to be... Yeah, that's gonna be plenty. I just gotta set up this other wand. So then we do... Ah, whoops. I accidentally cast it 5 times. I liked having a hotkey for switching between my wands. Let's see, slot. Right, I had slot 5 on Q, so I could switch to my water. And then I want to say this was mouse 4. I actually don't know if... Oh, it doesn't recognize that button. There we go. So we'll just have it that way, and then I can go with the scroll wheel. Huh. Okay, I guess we're starting over. I'll see if I can find my old save file, but for right now, we'll just keep doing this. I was wondering why my progress reset in Spell Lab, I guess. That's weird. Yeah, I'll have to look into that later. Okay. 60 DPS using only Energy Sphere, but it adds cast delay, so... Oh, we're talking about spells per cast now. How many? 3 at 0.33 recharge time. Oh, it's talking about compounding recharge time. Right, and it's the max of like the... I didn't mean to look at it, but I guess it's pretty straightforward. Actually... Oh yeah, this is where wrapping comes in, isn't it? Because this is going to cause it to cast that, and then the first 2, and then it'll keep wrapping. But because of how... What are they called? Rings in abstract algebra? Because of how that works, it's going to end up hitting the end and needing a full recharge either way. Sweet particles. The last time I played this was on a 2000 series graphics card on a laptop, which was not nearly as impressive in terms of particles. Yeah, I like this. Okay, so 60 more FPS because of the third of a second. Yeah, because of the third of a second recharge time. That's actually pretty simple. Here we go. God, I wish I could remember all the busted stuff I did with these modifiers. Because it gets into straight up exploitation of the system at some point. Modifier, cast the next spell, yep. Oh yeah, it goes left to right, that's right, because it like consumes them one at a time. Yep. Very interesting system. So 30 or more in a single hit. That seems pretty straightforward if you ask me. This adds 10, and it already does 5, so 1, 2, 3. Oh. Do these have velocity damage? Oh, is it... Hold up. Okay, that got bugged out somehow, but I'm gonna do this one more time. I want as I start to remember this stuff, I'll start to move along a little bit faster here. I know this is really dry right now. Okay, yeah. Oh, I was probably on... Nah, I'm still confused, whatever. So... Yeah, okay, let me try to guess here, because I remember, this is called, like, heavy spread, I think is what this is called. And so heavy spread, I believe, reduces your recharge time. And so, yeah, that's what it was. Because I remember you can put this on, like, you can put this on, like, delayed spellcast. When I was saying Circle of earlier, I meant Touch of. Now I mean Circle of. Because you can use this for the Circle of spells. And it doesn't affect their spawn, but it does affect how quickly the wand recharges. Yep. Okay. Oh, and it does cast delay. That's right. No respect to your aim. It's alright. Noita's a very disrespectful game. Recharge time is 0.5, so I would need 2 of these. Okay. Oh, just a second. Okay, sorry about that. And so, yeah, this should put me at zeros. This should be, I'm just gonna say fast. Let me do a couple more. I didn't look at the cast delay. What is the cast delay on this bitch? 1, 2. Okay, yeah, so I needed 2. That's fine. And now we should be gated by the max mana, because the mana recharge rate is not going to be enough to keep up with this. Okay. Alright. So what you do is you go stick your wand up this guy's little butt, and... Yep, perfect. Multicast. Oh, yep. Alright, looking at all of these right here just woke up a part of my brain. So, I'm still going to read the notes, but I'm definitely starting to remember more about this. Yeah. Speed multiplier. Projectile speed? Right. Oh, right. So what I was doing with the first wand, where I was like trying to put them in sequence and have them affect the cast delay altogether, this is what I was actually trying to do, was you have to cast them at the exact same time. So, damn it, I keep accidentally doing that. But I'll just make my own real quick. So, 70 or more DPS. DPS is going to be affected by reducing the cast delay, and none of these affected recharge time, right? I think the very high... There are multicasts that affect... I think there are multicasts that affect wand stats. Other than spread, obviously. Draw, yeah, draw, that's the number of cards that it pulls after. Number of spells, I should say, because there could be any number of modifiers or splits or whatever on each of the spells. Yep. Yep. I'm starting to remember the systems. Okay. So, in order to maximize DPS, we need to get the cast delay down. It's only 0.17, and I think that, what's this called? Spitterbolt? Is... Okay, well, I would need like 10 in order to actually get rid of it. That's not going to happen. But how many slots do I have? I don't know. Let's just add a few of these. I have 5 slots. Oh, it's more precise. Interesting. So it rounds it. Why wouldn't... Like, it's already to the hundredths place. Why wouldn't they just make it exact? Eh, whatever. I guess it creates a sort of illusion of variance, because the player can't tell that it's, like, halfway between 0.17 and 0.18. Or it's part of the way between 0.01 and 0.02. Yeah, I guess so. I know that, like, From Software does that shit with their engine. So... multicast. Right, because cast delay and recharge time both affect how quickly it refreshes. And so my cast delay, but the cast delay was already super low. So I think... Wait. No, you have to have... I think this is gonna essentially do the exact same thing. No, it's not doing the exact same thing. Told you I'm starting to remember. Okay, this isn't quite right. Isn't there a way to, like, log? Spell logging. Okay, so that's not quite what I wanted. But... oh, right, this essentially... this is essentially a quadcast, right? Except it only has 3 spitter bolts. Right. Let's just play with this for a second. So it is still grabbing all 4 of them. Oh, okay, so the 5th thing that it casts is actually the quadcast. The quadcast, when it evaluates this card, it pulls the next 4, but it doesn't actually move the cursor, the deck cursor, until after the full cast. And so this gets fully cast, and then the deck cursor moves to the next one, which is the end of the wand, and so the wand refreshes. Then it's here. So you have to run through the full wand each time. It's not like the multicast is skipping the other ones. It's just pulling by wrapping the wand. So you can affect what your multicast pulls by wrapping, but you can't affect the order or the cadence of the wand. Okay. Alright. Alright, that makes sense. So, turn all that off. And we want 70 DPS. So, getting back to that, none of these affected recharge time, right? No. Actually, I think Spark Bolt would be better here. Because the wrapping's not going to help. Oh, yeah, yeah. That's definitely what we're looking for. Because Spark Bolt has a crit chance. And so when you join it up a bunch... Here, let me just run that number real quick. So, for example, in this case, the only way that this cast of Spark Bolt would not have at least one crit is going to be a 95% chance. 4 times, raise that to the 4th. That is... oh, ugh. That's actually kind of gross. I guess I must have had much higher crit rates. So there is actually an 80% chance that this will not have a crit. But if you had like 2 or 3 more spark bolts on the same one, that number would start to get much closer to the halfway mark, to like 50% chance. Oh. It's firing faster because it's not firing as many bolts. No, that was slower than it should have been. Let me go back to that. That was slower than it should have been because I forgot that the sum of the spark bolt castaways is not the only thing that gets factored in, it's also this 0.17. So if I was to like optimize this, I would actually have to consider adding to it with this, excuse me, and then removing some with this. Let's see what this would look like. Oh, that adds a ton of spread. But you see it's actually firing faster now. So that DPS was like right at 70. I'm sure there's a way to make it. That max DPS at the beginning there was well over 100, so okay, cool. Alright, multicast. And so hang on, I just realized this title might be a little bit misleading. Learning wand building. I do have a decent amount of experience with this game, but it's been a long time. And we'll go ahead and modify some of that. Okay. On building. Yep. Okay. Yep, that's fine. It look like I'm drowning in the rain here because this monitor is like 6 feet in the air. I need to fix that. Perfect. So, right, 70 or more DPS. Okay, let's just quickly see what it has to say. Use one of their casts. Oh, yep, I just did that a second ago. 2 double, multicast, not... Right, because it actually casts 3 instead of 4. I know that. So, we're looking for high DPS. How many slots do I have? 9, so that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe? Maybe 5. And if we're doing DPS, I'm gonna need, of course, these. What's the Castellet 0.5, recharge 0.4? So I just need to get the Castellet below 0.4 in order for this to fire all at once. And actually, if I do it this way, it will technically... No, it won't, because I would have to have a projectile at the start. Oh, no, because it's going to pull the last 2 at the same time. Okay. Excellent. I believe that's what that is. Perfect. Okay. Some actions required are locked or disabled. Well, it's... Oh, right, because I don't have all the, like, spells unlocked. I do, but my save seems to have disappeared. I'm going to have to fix that. So... Oh, never mind. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know what it means by disabled. We'll see what it means. Oh, it won't even let me do it. Really? I'll have to look into that. Cast state. I don't quite remember what this is, but I know it was one of the more complicated bits of this. Let's do a list of modifications your spells have made to the cast state. Oh, right, it's just like the overall, well, cast state. It's the state of that particular cast. Because each time you click, it's considered one cast. Like, it's not, you don't have to fire the full sequence of spells for it to be considered a cast. 500 or more DPS. Now we're, now we're getting somewhere. Most modifiers affect cast state. Almost all of them, if I remember right. All the spells, yes. Because they're applied last, the order doesn't matter. What other things are there? I think this is probably wrong once you start pulling in, like, the Greek spells. I don't remember the Greek spells particularly well, but I remember that they tend to break shit, so... alright, so we're looking for 500 or more DPS. That I think I can accomplish with a couple of these. How many slots do I have? 10? It's like 10. Okay, that actually increases Castaway, if I remember right. And so... But spread's not going to help me here. I don't even know why it's giving me spread. I think I'll be able to fit 2 quad spells in here. Let's see. So, working back from the end here, because that's going to pull them all at once. Okay, so this is one, like, valid setup for it, but I would need to pick a better projectile. It's my Castaway 0.17, and that I can get. If I'm going to do a single cast, though, then the recharge time is what's going to gate me. And that's, I mean, you're always gated by your recharge time, unless you have a modifier that can reduce it. So, let's just throw in whatever, like, my strongest one is that won't... Yeah, I mean, it's Spitterbolt. Why is Spitterbolt so good? Cast... Right. Right. Or something that barely increases Castaway, because I think 7 of these is going to put it way too high, right? 35 on that, yeah, that's going to put it over a half second. We don't want that. But, I forgot, you don't have to just do all of them at once. You can join them together. So, if I undo my changes to the Castaway with, say, Bubble Spark, that's going to increase the spread. We don't necessarily want that. And this reduces spread, as a matter of fact. Not nearly enough to counter the Bubble Spark, though, so... Alright. So, just kind of looking at it here, if I want to put that on, and then this on, now that's a net 0.02. And so that's not going to put me over the 0.33, 0.02, 0.07, and so I could put 3 more of these on here, just cancel it out, and that's going to stop it from going over, I think. Let's see what this does. Oh, Noita. I love this game. I think I just broke something. Yeah. Dang it. Can I? No, I can't do that. Dang it. I always accidentally click that. Cool. Excellent. Alright. Cool. Feels good to remember this stuff. Feels good to remember this stuff, that's for sure. So... to be honest, I kind of want to make a new... game so I can get that dummy out of here. I don't think there's a way to like clear the entities or anything like that. I remember this was a pain when I did it in the past, but well, we'll keep going until it gets in the way. Alright, so always cast. Depending on the spell, this can be very interesting. So it always casts Spark Bolt, which means I have to account for the cast delay, but I'm also promised a certain crit chance on each cast. So, what do you have to say about it? Immediately, oh. Before every normal cast. But it's part of the same payload, right? So it's not like it's gonna fire two distinct shots. It's still gonna fire them together. Yeah, it fires them together. So... okay, the cast delay and the recharge time are the exact same. It is a shuffle wand. That's fine, right? Yeah, that puts it up to 0.3. Literally not that big of a deal. If I was to do this... that's the trade-off with Bubble Spark. Spitter Bolt. Yeah, Spitter Bolt, I think, and the Great Spitter Bolt were the two that were really good for this. So at least now we're getting 4 shots per second. That's good. I'm really glad that restarting fixed my upload rate because the drop frames were insane earlier. It was like the 30%, something like that. Okay, next up. 500 or more total immediately before. Yeah, yeah. Yes, yeah. Okay. I mean, I guess some of this is going to be obvious, right? Because they're trying to teach you. And so, same thing I just did. I guess boss target numbers is like finish up the 500. And 400 or more DPS. Ah, yep, this is the one. 0.33 per cast of that means I would only need 1 in order to make that go down. So now we're gated by cast delay, which that also gets rid of. So... oh, but this increases... is it recharge? No, cast delay. Ah, darn. So I want to actually be able to make that work. What's the problem? Oh, it costs too much. Always cast does not consume. Oh, shit, I forgot I'm looking at always cast. But this doesn't have an always cast. What's going on here? This wand doesn't have an always cast on it. That one does. Oh, right. Yep. I forgot that they put them down there. Okay. So one of these should have been reserved for the always cast, shouldn't it? Maybe not. Okay, I'm not sure what it's looking for here because I don't have the option to, like, set the always cast. Here, let's just move on. Because I know a couple of these didn't work when I did it last time. 230 or more damage per second. So only one always cast. There's something screwy going on here. Is it... Was there a way to, like, set down here? Yeah, alright, never mind. I see it now. Let's go back. Okay, so give me a couple of these. And what we're gonna end up doing is... Is that what it's saying? Make that an always cast, and it's dumb. Alright, put two more of these on here. Noita. Excuse me, my voice is pretty crackly right now. Well, this is... yeah, that's right. And this is now reminding me I should probably turn off self-damage. Not self-damage, but death, at the very least. Yeah. Is that not... okay, I'm pretty sure it says that I hit 400 DPS. Too slow. Got it. Only one always cast. There is... Are there wands with multiple always casts? That sounds kind of crazy. I think you can do that, right? It's Noita, so yeah, probably. I love this game. That's a nice and slow recharge time, so yeah, sure enough. So just to be clear, if I were to demote that, put this on the end, that's the exact same. Right, so what's the point? Can I, like, do something silly? Like this? Maybe. It just wants me to do this. Okay, alright. So there's nothing, like, broken that we're doing here, it's just... So I need it to be a little bit faster. It doesn't work if there's only one cast. My misunderstanding. I have to be misunderstanding something here. Sorry. Just had to check that. Be do be do 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 do. Basically, when I'm just sitting here not talking, I'll check and see if I've got a viewer or something, and as long as I don't, I'm just reading stuff, looking at my notes. Yeah, I know a casual Noita stream, probably not a common thing, but what can I say? I find very unfriendly games to be surprisingly cozy. Same as Dark Souls 1, which will always be my favorite of the ARPGs and especially the Souls games. Shit, not sponsored, but hey. Messing with OBS. Looking at my notes, I forgot there is the chainsaw spell, which is one of the common ways to get to a 0 cast delay. I do remember that. It's also used in rapping because of a reason that I don't remember. Yeah, we'll get there. Okie dokie. So, I was able to get 210 DPS, but apparently not 230. Let's see if we can. See, I just don't understand. I've got no death on, so I'm not worried about that. I guess I just don't understand what it's looking for here. Right, so it actually modifies the wand order because now every time you fire it consumes all 3 of them instead of just 1 of them. Right. Right. And so it does, so because there's a multicast and the always cast, it does actually move your deck cursor forward by multiple. So it doesn't always fire them 1 at a time. That's nuance. There is a lot of that. Okay. Still nothing too impressive there, but... that's higher than it was. So, apparently, oh, you know what? I forgot about the spell log. So this is actually firing. How is it firing all of them? Unless the cast per wand is... Huh. Yeah, I don't think I fully understand this right now. Almost sounds like that would create an infinite loop. Or does it mean that any multicast as your always cast will always cause your wand to blow its load all at once? That's an interesting idea. Well, at any rate, the game thinks I should know. This doesn't seem to be enough. I still don't understand how it's firing all three of these firebolts at once, unless it's applying. Right. Unless it's somehow. God. What a pain. Let me see if I can pull up, like, that wand builder. Because I think I'm starting to understand, but it sounds kind of dumb to me that you might be able to just click once and fire the entire payload each time, so. But is that what we're dealing with here? Is that why? No, because the spell log would show a double cast before each projectile if that were the case, and it doesn't. So why the hell is it firing all three of them at once? And better yet, why can't I... get it to fire them any faster? I don't think it's a matter of firing them faster, though. I think it just wants me to, like, spew projectiles at them. But if this doesn't work, I'm not sure what else it's looking for. I really don't even know what other combinations I can do. Do you want me to just put a bunch of multicasts on here? Let me do something like this. No, that's not what you're looking for. Hold up, how many is that firing? Oh, that's two at a time. One at a time. But for some reason, it doesn't like that. It says, no, that's too slow. It should go faster than that. Hit harder, move faster. I don't want to just move on. That. But I'm not understanding why this is gonna. Okay, well, now that I'm back to just viewing myself, let me actually pull up the wand doohickey. Let's see here. Noita wand. This is something else. Okay, I've got it on Discord. Let me just go look on there. Why isn't Discord up? Whoops. It is now. Right. Now I need to go in here to gaming. There it is. Oh, it's an adaptation of that same one that I just pulled up. That's, yeah, okay. That's why it just looks a lot different. Boop, 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 boo. Boop, 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 boo. So, what exactly are we doing here? Firebomb and double spell, but the always cast of double spell is what's really confusing me, so. Figure out like how to add an always cast and All that. Like a checkbox or something for always cast. Is there not a way to do always cast on here? Maybe no one knows how the always cast system works. I do remember that there was a lot of contention between my group and I when I was playing through this because there were some things that we just could not make sense of, especially when you start incorporating the more complicated Greek spells like fee or phi or foe or fum. I think fee was the oh, and omega. Yeah, omega was the other one. Boop, boop. I don't see a way to configure this to do always cast, so might just have to trust the logger and spell lab here. But it really doesn't make sense to me why, if... Okay, so if it's casting all three at once... Hold on. I get it. Okay. I get it. I wish this wand had more slots, because I could have gotten this a lot sooner. But, okay. Alright. We're on the right page now. So, the way this works is... Click button. It tries to pull the next card. But, before it pulls the next card, it checks if there's an always cast, because the always cast gets done first. The reason why that's so important is because if it's a modifier or a multicast, then it now creates a second. It literally adds a cast to your click. And so now, instead of having Firebolt and... Yeah, and since it can't wrap, there was no way for me to see that. So now instead of casting just the multicast or just the Firebolt, it now does both at the same time. A double cast plus a single cast is going to give you 3. Here's my problem with that. This is still the best wand I can make out of this. So, like, I don't know, did they patch it? Did they, like, decrease the damage of Firebolt? Because I don't think I can make this any faster. There's no way to modify the castellator to recharge time. I'm already firing the entire payload at once. In fact, what is the full payload on this? It's... and this isn't a velocity-based spell. wonder if anyone ever found a pattern to the velocity spells. Because when I was messing with them, it was like the saw blade was one of them, and... Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, the saw blade velocity system works differently. Because like the Giga saw blades, right? The ones that are literally... They have gravity toward your character. Because this game loves its players. But anyway, Firebolt doesn't have velocity-based damage, and so it should just be able to fire 30, and what's the cast delay? 0.17? That's a sixth, right? So it should be firing 6 times 30 per second. That's 180. Okay, so I still feel like there's no way for me to make this faster. That's going to convert it to only firing 2 at a time. I can get it to fire 3 at a time. In fact, somehow it's hitting 7 times in a second when 0.17 should only allow for 6 casts. So how in the world is it able to... Is it the mana drain? Is it from the mana drain? No, because this doesn't have additional mana drain, so it's the same amount of mana, or not the same amount of mana, it's the same number of casts based on cast delay and based on mana. Charge speed's fine. How much mana does each cast cost, though? 30. 30, right, yeah, 30. I don't think this is possible. I don't know if that's because they changed the stats on the Firebolt or what, but I'm sitting here doing the math, and I think the most you can do here is 7 casts per second, and that's only if you're like within this very small 0.01 second window. So I don't actually think you can cast 8 times in a second with this wand, no matter how you configure the spells. I don't think you can. Maybe Firebolt used to do 15 damage or something like that. But at any rate, I've spent enough time on this. So, yeah, that's the one I'm on. Let's see if the second one actually makes more sense. Oh, never mind. That's the only always cast multi that it's going to let me do. Damage every X frames. I'm just looking at those modifiers because I remember a lot of these. Cast delay, yep. Well, that doesn't do anything. Right, and so I'm guessing it's going to say, do I have a lot of slots here? Yeah, I actually want to play with this before I look at anything. Because I think the way this is going to work is linear to fire forward. But these would do the same thing, though. These don't cost anything? I have a hard time believing that. Sure enough, they don't cost anything. If that's the case, then I just want to stack up a bunch of, not that. I want to stack up a bunch of these, right? Or wait, that's going to create a pile. Just put it on the end or something. So if I stack these up and get the cast delay down to nothing... Well, I don't think that's what it wants me to do here, but... just get like a little one of each. I remember that happening when you're in the middle of combat. Good times. That's insane. It's got 300 per second. That's insane. Okay, yep. Remember that. Oh, the electric is gonna ignite the alcohol, isn't it? That's probably what we're doing here. I was doing that to reduce the cast delay, but I don't actually think it matters. Very good. Very good. Very good. Alright. Okay, we're starting to make sense of this. Yeah, see, I really do think that that one was mathematically impossible. Because it obviously wants you to cast 240 damage, which is a multiple of the sum of the damage that you're given. But I don't think you can fire it quickly enough. There's no way to configure this so that it fires 8 times a second. It only has 3 slots. You can put the always cast as multicast, and that's what it'll do, is it'll pull 3 instead of 2, but drilling shot. Now I remember well, I think drilling shot has a cast delay of minus 0.83 or something like that. It's crazy. Oh, plus 0.83. Never mind. Never mind. That makes more sense. So we're just gonna have a high cast delay. I don't have anything that can reduce it. Okay, whatever. 100 or more damage per second. Make sure I didn't miss any notes on this last one real quick. Inert static projectile. Oh, that's right. They do 0 by default, but you can actually increase it with any kind of elemental damage, if I remember right, but in this case, electric damage. The center must collide. Huh. So it's not computationally that makes sense, but for some reason I thought that it would check if you're interacting with any of the rain pixels. And yeah, that would be a bit intense on the engine, so I'm going to assume that's not what it's doing. Okay. I will be taking a break. Actually, this is a good time for a break, so give me about 10 minutes. In fact, I think I should. I'm going to modify my BRB scene real quick so that it has my time that I'll be getting back. Um, yeah. Yep. Okay, so I'll be back in about 10 minutes here, and we'll get rolling again. Just need to walk away, clear head, do all that stuff. All right, be right back. I am still coughing a bit here, so I'm going to mute so I don't have to do it over and over. But I will be talking to myself and I will unmute once I've got this a little under control. Like I've said before, I don't smoke tobacco, not anymore. But just this particular strain, I guess it's sticky or something. It's really messing up my lungs. Okay. All right. Back into it. Right, so we already did this. If you heard that. Just had an idea that I want to try real quick. It's interesting. The opacity on my webcam is actually not 100. I thought it was. Well, the stuff that's down there I don't think is very important, is it? I mean, yeah, I guess the instruction or the description of the challenge is there, but yeah, that's not that big of a deal. Okay, so I forgot what I was gonna do. It's whatever. Yep, because that will. List of spirits because the electricity will ignite it. Thought that it would apply. Oh, it does. It does because. What would that be? That means it's hitting. It's only hitting. What would that be like? That was 60 divided by 2.5. 24. I was not going to get it. So it's only hitting 24 times a second. Every X frames. So what, like every 3 frames or something? Oh, no, because... Oh, okay, hang on. Because its lifespan has already gone down a little bit at that point, but if I did this... I thought... Okay. Oh, wait, I've got... 13. Okay, this has stopped making sense again. So, if I've got 13 damage per cast on here, this also increases it. Okay, so 21, then why am I not getting a multiple of 21 if that's... Okay, I saw a 21 in there that time. Maybe it's like a partial or something? It's like between 20 and 21? Grilling shot, yep, this is a good one. Why is this a good one, though? Because I don't remember. Yes. Yeah, projectiles with high lifetimes, yeah. Right. Oh, I see. It's just saying that you can freeze charges. Make it a bit odd, won't it? Oh, this ought to be fun. Let's see. So we definitely need to get the DP, or the casts per second up. Let's see. Oh, that adds a whole freaking second. So yeah, you're gonna need something that's gonna reduce your cast delay, but none of that will. I am actually going to take a short break from Spell Lab. But Paradigm's kind of already screwed on this one, so let's start a new one just from today. Or, yeah, just plain old new game is fine. And let's see. Okay. I haven't just done a plane, so I'm just gonna kinda go for it and see what happens. I do know most everything about this game, but I haven't seen it in a while. And so what I was just doing, the Spell Lab, is a good way to like learn the advanced mechanics of wand building and how that works, but refreshing, updating title. I'll go through there probably. Now I know I can get rid of sludge. Really far. That's an asshole. Absolutely furious with this damn shotgun. Now I can tell my muscle memory remembers a different key for the water. It's this one. That's just gonna have to be left at 1, I guess. No, because I'm gonna be using W at the same time. Huh. Okay. I'm still trying to sort out how I'm gonna be using the partial cast to skip the recharge time and switch between wands. But we'll worry about integrating all that later down the line. Right now, I'm just gonna mess around. Remember, this is good, but I don't remember. course, I like having it on. It makes the game actually, like, versatile. Modular. Whoa, 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 whoa. I was looking at my screen. See, I also have muscle memory for this, so... But it won't let me use this mouse button for some reason, even though I clearly have muscle memory for that. That's unfortunate. I'll have to think on that. Maybe make it Q? No, because 1 is... I'll feel it out. I think... plus 0.17... If I'm going to accept that I have that mod on, I'm just going to go ahead and use it. I'm not a purist when it comes to my Noita runs. I've died in this game hundreds of times, and it'll still happen. Like, don't worry. This is going to make the run a lot more interesting to have edit wands on, but it is not going to make the game easier. Well, I guess it technically does, but if anything, it's going to introduce the likelihood of me blowing myself up, which is not a bad thing. Catch. I don't want to go too far left until I have more confidence in the way of using each one. See, I just tried to cycle between them. Yeah, I definitely have muscle memory. I'll have to figure out why it won't let me use mouse 5. Right, I did say that I was going to go ahead and use this. So... Yeah, okay, so that's a good wand. This is also good the way it is. Some fire spreading. Wow. 0.05 recharge time. So I forgot that this is actually the best starting wand. The problem is that you run out of mana really quickly. The recharge rate's like 5, right? At 15. Oh, that means 3 casts per second, which in Nito? Let's try again. Noita is not very fast at all. I want to keep this wand because it's a leak, and for no other reason. Okay. Yeah, that one does have really high mana drain, that's right. What's the map button? If only there was a, like, instantly kill yourself button that people could say is the map button. I think my preview was over there too, otherwise I would not have seen it. These guys are a little bit tough. item is actually just called a cocktail. Remember, it disappears. Also gotta remember stains. For, I guess, aesthetic reasons, I was avoiding the blood, but nah, we're gonna go ahead and keep ourselves not dry. Would that be big enough to get me? Probably. Let's try it. Nope. Oh well. I don't think I have anything. Damn it. I knew this. Alright. Control the situation. Technically don't need to get rid of that, but it's whatever. Hopefully, the NVIDIA audio processing can do some volume normalizing for me. Okay. I have to switch to my corded headphones because that was basically no notice. That being pretty damn effective against him. I also dickhead, so I'm not sure if I'm taking it. Okay. Making progress. I was thinking about how streamers will do like a run of a Souls game and say that they're just going to use whatever they find. For a second I was humoring doing that here, but nah. You play it, that would never work. Half of everything you pick up is intended to just destroy you. Or, well, just because of the random generation, it will destroy you. I don't remember exact numbers, but I think I used to comment when it was 4-1 with like 900 gold, something like that. A lot of factors to that, obviously, but you can keep going left for a very long time. And actually, if you can get past a cave that's at the end of this, you can keep going. Yeah, there's the outside. We do not have a way of getting there yet, unfortunately. Well, and that's not the actual outside. Another reason why I really don't like the permadeath aspect of Noita. Like, I get that it's funny, you know, you can just disappear out of nowhere and then runs over. It's hilarious. And I appreciate that. But just when the game wants you to spend so much time on each run so thoroughly, oh god, I had no death on? I apologize, I did not mean to have that on. I forgot what I was saying. Streamer. I remember right, that's a pretty good one. The shape of the wand does govern a lot of the attributes of it, if I remember right. That position of the wand, because it's got a circle in the center. Or a circle of all, maybe? Yeah. Yeah, that's right. This is the 10-7 wand. Yeah, this is a really good wand. Yep. God bless muscle memory, right? So, I think I gotta get away from this guy, but I want to try this instead, because it'll be faster. At least I thought it would be 7. No. It's actually not, but it's alright, because this one. Its cast delay is higher than the recharge time, so yeah. Okay, so this is what that's going to be. My routing or any technique to explore these areas. I do remember that that's the tree, and that the tree is right before the dark cave, so we're almost there. I love the particles. I'm still getting used to actually seeing the full particle effects, because last time I played this was on a freaking tube TV. Wasn't even a computer. The Atari. Spaghetti program, and it just being an unmaintainable shit show of code, because they just write it once and throw it away. I wonder how optimized Noita is, because it runs relatively well, and it is, as far as I know, it's just a raster, right? Like, I'm pretty sure it just updates the pixels at every step, or every refresh interval. I think step is a little easier to say. So at every step of the engine clicking over, it updates. It's probably React based, right? Like, similar to how web pages use React to only update certain components. In Noita, I bet there's some kind of logic that tracks updates to the raster. It probably isn't the same, because web dev is a lot slower than like a frame-by-frame raster update. But really, I am curious, because I feel like a game like this could be written in a pretty optimized manner. I actually am really interested to see the code for this engine. But again, video game code is notorious for, well, but that's in the AAA industry. Indie devs are kind of known for taking more pride in their stuff, so. Okay, so yeah, we are at the cave. It's a sludge potion. audio looks like it just got really loud for the stream. Sorry. Part of the regular like routine I would go through on every run, which my friend actually came up with, was going out to the desert, and in order to fill up this little pond of water, I have to have 3 potions. So it's important for me to try to get 3 potions here somewhere on the first floor. Well, ideally on the first floor, but I would also need a way to get over the mountain, and I don't think I could try to do it with that single bomb, but no. I'm gonna assume for right now I don't have a way of getting over the mountain, so I can't go to the desert yet. But yeah, it's absolutely astounding to me how big this game is. And I cannot think of another game that has even a number of secrets. This game is. All just over turned up, I can actually see the bloom effect. I didn't even know that the particles have bloom. That adds a huge amount of depth to the graphics. That's the cave. I'm not going in the cave. I don't have a light, and I am definitely not going to the other side of the cave. There's absolutely no reason for me to have toxic sludge, so if I remember right, you can actually just like put a single pixel of water in here, and it will turn the whole thing into water. And I don't care about these things. Okay, perfect. So that's enough to filter the water. I don't have to pour it out and deal with all that. Even though there is a heal inside the mountain, you don't take damage. If you can save those heals for later, it's better. Because, like everything in this game, you can cheat, and you can go inside the mountain after escaping it. There's several ways to do that. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I bet the game is massively louder than me. Alright, turn it on. Well, it's better for me, that's for sure. Okay. I'm getting distracted by the effect. That was good. That was good. when they do speed runs of Noita, I know that... Ooh, oh, this guy's cool. I like the acid effect. But I forgot he dumps those guys everywhere when he dies. I thought he was working on money, though. Nah, I think that's really how the money works in this. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think they just give you... For a long time, anyway, I think they just give you one nugget. No damage, please. That's a little better. Okay. Shit. Can't it just, like, mix with the water that's already on me? Turn into water? Not too much to ask. Actually, I want to hear the sound real quick. Actually, I want to hear the sound real quick. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Okay. Oh. So that's what... Okay. I'm dumb. I forgot that that's what, the audio mixer is for. I'll just go ahead and turn that guy down a little ways. Oh, or is this where I should be using the volume mixer? Probably, right? Okay. That might be a little bit better. I'm still gonna pull up my stream in a second and listen to it. I'm still gonna pull up my stream in a second and listen to it. I'm still gonna... Huh. I think I do need to invest in a mic stand, actually, because that echoes surely from the distance between me and the mic. But I'll work on that. The audio did seem quite a bit better, though, so I'm going to leave it that way. Yeah, now is probably a good time to leave. We'll take the heal. I'm not going to grab that refresh. It's a regular saw blade, right? Ooh. Oh, goodness me. We're feeling a little generous today, aren't we? I mean, the charge speed... I think there might be some activity going on beneath us here. See some of my friends playing RuneScape. I played RuneScape back in the day, like 20 years ago, but I don't know, I get the coziness of those grind-based games. I guess maybe I don't have the attention span for it. I'm not sure. But I'm happy for people that enjoy it. Because I know it's very popular. You can't be fooled by these, because big numbers make this one seem okay, but you got that extremely small charge speed. It takes this thing, what, a minute to fully recharge, it looks like? And it's got over a second of recharge time. So, and it's shuffled. Like, yeah. But again, I wonder, how could you tell that this one is shuffle? So I'm going to try to guess which ones are shuffle. I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, and 5 are all shuffle. See? No, it's not that. I thought this, like, single pixel down here that's black, I thought that that was representing, like, a circle. But no, this one's got that too. Is it... Maybe it's just harder to tell than I thought, or there's more signs for it than I realized, but anyway. Yeah, this 370 is almost certainly what we're going for. Let me make sure that I don't want to re-roll the perks. No wand tinkering? No, thank you. This is what we call a trap perk. Don't take this one. I think I want the wand. And again, I wish I hadn't left Edit Everywhere on. That was an accident from when I was doing Spell Lab, but we're going to go with it, because I think it'll make things more interesting. So, I'm thinking... Yeah, I mean, that Castellet, this is going to be a good wand. This is going to be a good wand. At least for now, until I, well, I could always use reduce mana cost or whatever. Light's free, right? Or 1, whatever. Hey, yep. Mm-hmm. That's what I remember. Very good, very good. So that's going to give me enough spark bolts for my wand work later on. Yeah. I don't actually need... I'm going to keep the 10-7 wand, because obviously those are good numbers. And I'm keeping this out of principle. You know, maybe I should just hold myself to the honor system. I think that's what I'm going to do. We're not going to tinker outside of the mountain. At least not for now. The reason why I didn't do that from the start is because I won't be able to get the perk. And so I would essentially be doing a no tinkering run, and that's... nah. Nope, that'll last about 5 minutes before I blow myself up. Not 5 minutes, but... tinkering is necessary down the line. So... does this light work inside the cave? I can't get to the cave right now, so it doesn't matter, but... I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it does. Alright, well, I'm broke, so let's, I kind of want to leave this, honestly, but I don't know. Like, right now, I can't cheat my way out of here, so I think... Boy, there's some nasty shit going on down beneath me. Yeah, I think just, you know what? I'm not trying to, like, use all of my knowledge here all at once. Like, this is just a play run, so it's fine. Let's follow the rules. That could have been really, really bad. Owie. Fuck. That was the first time I've had to douse myself, so we don't really have the reflexes for that back down yet. Get my water refilled here. Okay. Oh. I hope that's explosions. I'm like 90% sure that's explosions, but if it's not, I don't know what it is. Ow. God, bastard. Have anything in my other wands? that close. It's actually a pretty challenging game mechanically. Like, you don't just screw with the wands. But you certainly can trivialize basically all of the game with wands. I know on my main run, where I unlocked most of the stuff that I have on, I guess, my other save file, I had so many perks that I was essentially invincible. The only way I could die was from the touch-up spells, and there might have been some other instant death causes that I'm not remembering. Oh yeah, I've definitely done hundreds of runs in this game, but my most recent one was in January, so... For everything, I definitely just tried to pull up a map, just to be fully transparent. Molten. We don't jump into that. What kind of shenanigans are going on here? So, the thing about me, I like games that encourage or, reward experimentation. Despite all of the crazy variables in this game, it really does not encourage experimentation. It does not reward it at all, unless you consider starting a new run a reward. It gives you a sense of, I don't know, opportunity. If you ever want to try something new, just go into it expecting potential death. Definitely do wish that there was a beginner mode in this game. Not for myself necessarily, but in that moment I was thinking about how inaccessible this game is to pretty much anyone. Because roguelite lovers like myself are pretty much the most patient gamers, right? Like, aside from grind-based games, which you're not actually devoting your attention to, these are like the biggest time sink for little or no gain. And so, for me to say that this game is punishing to people that experiment is saying something. Is that a bed? What is this doing here? I've never seen this before. I assume I can kick it, right? Huh! Noita's got some weird secrets in it, so I'm just going to stand here for a second and see if anything happens. Time. Meantime, I think it would be really funny to drown these guys. Let me see if I can make that work. Alright. Oh, right, I shot one of them. Yeah. Really gonna see here. Oh, we're just doing this for fun. Just wasting time. Now, what I wanted to try, and what I was afraid would result in me injuring myself, it's like this game encourages experimentation the same way the world encourages a toddler to experiment. Like, here's all of this really cool shit. Go use it, but it'll probably kill you. If only human development worked as trial by fire, but it does not. I wanted to see if I could just do, like, enough physical object damage to him, but, yeah, that doesn't look likely. You know what? I don't really care to fight him at all. Let's just go. Let's just go. Really? This is not a bad seed. This is really not a bad seed. I wish I... Oh, that's Glitter Bomb, isn't it? I think that's Glitter Bomb. There's those... I think there's rats that throw Glitter Bomb, is that right? Actually, if I remember right, I think just about every projectile in this game can be fired by a wand. You just have to find the right spell for it. I'll get fucked. Alright. And if I had... Oh, shit. That's right. Wait, there's no way this can fire. Oh my god, it can. That's a good one. Bit dangerous, but yeah, it's definitely going to make digging through. Oh, this is gonna be so nice. Digging through this map is such a pain in the ass if you don't have a good weapon for it. But I do. Hell, maybe this will end up being a good run. I wasn't very confident 10 minutes ago, but I'm starting to come around to it. Almost got me. Wait, doesn't... That's right, blood increases your crit rate, doesn't it? I don't know how much, but I'm pretty sure it does. I'm remembering how the game works, at least, which is nice. They got a little kid stuff in here. I have no idea what the purpose of those is. I'm sure they're all over the Hisi base, but we're not quite there yet. This is probably one of the slowest parts of the run, honestly. Oh, that's right. So, going back to that whole like routine I used to have for my really long runs, I think that what I used to do was I would need 3 potions, I would need a teleport or some way to get over the mountain, and then Was it money? No, money is just so I can find the right spells and use the shops. So, no, that's why we get the money here, though, is to try and get the equipment I need sooner. What is coming off of my wand? Maybe that's a normal thing and I just didn't see it when I ran on the reduced settings. That is... I hope that's slime. It is, okay. The other option was a lot worse. And would have had a lot of implications that I don't really want to deal with. Like gigantic spiders. What is the recharge time on this? That's not really worth. Reloading. As I do it anyway. That's going to be the new strategy. No, thank you. Changed my mind. Oh yeah, this thing. I know I'm used to seeing this thing on fire. I don't know what it's actually for, though. In fact, after I do this here, I'll probably eliminate any chance of figuring that out. I didn't even know that was over there. Noita. I love this game, but it is... you gotta wrestle with it a lot of the time. Play by its rules. Didn't think that was dangerous for me. I think there's extra particles on the full settings. Like cosmetic only particles. Hello? Can I shoot that thing? Perfect. That damn slime off of me. Go away in a second. Whoa. I don't even know what spell that was. Oh, this mother. Okay, yeah, no, I do remember that. Oh, no, that's right. That was a, that wasn't like Invisibilium. That actually affects you for a time period. Alright. Yeah, you still want to go, huh? That's where you can go. Jeez. I just realized I have item radar on. I haven't seen a single item. Have I seen a wand? I haven't seen a wand either on this entire floor. Are you kidding? I've been here for like 10 minutes. Thought this was a good seed. Oh no, that's right. I got the energy orb wand here, but I think that's the only thing I found. It's a really good wand, so I shouldn't be complaining. Sometimes you gotta work with what you're given. If that means you waste 90% of your shots, then at least 10% of them worked. Okay, the beds are apparently just a normal piece of furniture that I don't remember seeing. So me standing on that bed for like a minute and a half earlier was probably a waste of time. Maybe if I had done, another 30 seconds, would have opened the portal to the end of the game, but hard to know for sure with this game. But no, this is a crazily desolate floor 2. I'm not seeing shit around here. I think I still needed to go left to the fungal caverns, but I don't feel like I do not feel like I'm strapped for the fungal caverns just yet. This is a good one, but yeah, no. I don't want to lose this run, and I'm not tryharding like that, so we're probably going to move on to floor 3 from here. And once we're in floor 3, I can actually go back to floor 1. And so ideally, this is the point where I would get a teleport spell. And if I don't get a teleport spell here, that's usually where... Oh, thank God, items. It's because of the fungal caverns. Why did my mines... Or where is this? Coal mine? Why did my coal pits spawn with literally nothing in it? Now that I'm over here at the fungal caverns, they're like 6? That's 6 items in range all at once? 7. Probably more. I thought that item only worked on... Oh. Alright. That's a good one. Certainly a welcome sight, to say the least. Well, okay. Done with fungal caverns. That's all I need. No, I do still want to go back in there, but clearly there is a different level of busted that we'll be exploring once I get out of here. That hurt. I didn't even remember these guys having tentacles. I'm sure they did. Just tells you how long it's been. Trauma of any depth can be processed, I guess? Not sure. Why are you still alive, sir? Thank you. Thank you for moving all that shit around. I appreciate it. I'm gonna say I should be getting close to the bottom here. I'm not quite ready to leave yet, but I want to be careful because that squid dude just did like 20 damage with one tap. I'm not a fan of that. Oh, I can dig. That's right. Oh, the knockback on this wand is crazy because of all the stuff it fires. That's funny. Is that blood? taking that. That molten silver? Molten metal. Okay. I just remembered what the fungus does. We'll worry about that in a minute. Ukaskibi! Hello! That's a shit wand. Thank you. Wait, actually that might be... Well, it would have been a good replacement for my leek, but... Yeah, I know, I said I wasn't gonna use it, but it's whatever. It's definitely better than that. So we'll keep that in case I need to start fires, otherwise we'll be using... I'm thinking about... Ooh... Might have just remembered something crucial. I was incorrect about that. Oh, that's right. It reduces recharge time. So if I've got a low recharge time... Because the cast delay... But the cast delay is also busted with this, right? Because it has like a 0 cast delay? Like, baked into it? It's something like that. I'll look at it. I know better than to screw with my main wand when I've got enemies around. Did it anyway. Try this again. I'm not hurting anything by having it this way instead, so it's all good. I mean, that's something, but... I wonder, actually, what I would get something like this. Because this obviously is going to be... Yeah, that's good. But I wonder... Was it like this? No. Is it because that increases recharge? Okay, why doesn't the recharge time reduction apply? Why doesn't it apply on a trigger? It's only on multicast? I guess it must only be on multicast. Wait, hang on. Would this be better flipped over to here? I think it would be. I want to keep messing with this, but I think I need more like multicast in order to start making busted shit with it. Ukaskivi makes me immune to electricity, right? Because if not, I'm about to die. This is the kind of stuff I was saying I wasn't ready for. Thought that would go away sooner, but it wasn't. remember the last time I screwed with the material swapping, it did not go well for me. I want to say that water got turned into fire or something like that. Or water. I think it was water that got turned into lava. It was something that bad. Yeah, I think I actually like lowered my chair at some point. Up. Yeah, that's actually a lot better. Just realized how like hunched my shoulders were. Do a little bit more digging. I don't want to go too much further because assholes like him will just end my run. The AI is brutal. Block straight onto you, throw it straight at you, hardly any wind up. These guys are just too far away to attack me. That's the only reason why they aren't. It's like if you ever played Hotline Miami. That game's AI, the reaction time to seeing you and then shooting you, is anywhere between a single frame and literally never. This game, it's much closer to a single frame, much more consistently. Folks, we have a run. Even if I didn't have editing wands, this would be a run. Yes, yes indeed. We have a run. Alright. So, now we have to start being careful, because this run just became valuable. So, I still need a digging wand. I just wanted to get rid of that one. I think I usually kept my digging wand on 2. Wait, is this better? Oh shit, this is better. I should have been doing it this way. Perfect. Perfect. Alright, the run is on. Too much, right? Yeah, I want to use this one because of the mana charge speed being really high. I wish this worked. For some reason, it doesn't seem to be working. I don't get it. I must have to have... Oh, I do have a multicast. Oh, that's right, but until now I didn't have this, which I need. So, actually... Take a moment to sort things out here. I'm remembering all of my systems that I used to have. modifiers would need their own spot, but we're not there yet. But yeah, once I actually start tunneling out the mountain and making the spell gallery, I'll be dumping all this stuff there. Okay, now. This is a little bit slower. Oh, it's the cast delay. Right, that's why I was trying to use... Yeah, but that just kills the cast delay, and so I would need this to be up here, but... but then it's on the stupid trigger. So that's good, but now I need to find a way to get it onto a better wand. Yeah, but it runs out too quickly. So, I guess I still have to make sure that I have a good damage wand. At least for now. Now, starting in about probably 30 minutes, I will not need any of these wands. But until then, I do. So, now that I have the teleport spell, I can kind of take my inventory a little more seriously. I want to keep as many spark bolts as I can, and I will need one chainsaw per wand, probably. So, that's actually perfect. That's going to give me the fourth, that'll give me all 4 of my wands. We'll have chainsaws, so keep one of these just in case. This needs to fire quickly enough that I don't fall. Okay. What was that spell that forces it to only fire for 1 frame? I don't remember right now, but I know once you get that and you get your cast delay to 0 with the teleport spell, you can basically just steer your character around the screen with your mouse. It's kind of crazy. Alright. Oh, I am so happy. I am. Oh, it feels so good to see that first teleport wand, because that's when you know. That's when you know your run's in business. Now, I can't be over-reliant on it, or I will teleport into something and get myself killed by. Apparently, I did not fix my damage wand. Excuse me. I think I'm just gonna bail. I'm within 2 hits of death. I'm just gonna bail out. And see, what's great about this mountain is I don't have black hole yet, so I can't just like make hallways where I want to. But this is typically the mountain that I like set up shop in, because this is going to be the mountain that I return to most often. But I don't think I have a way of reserving it right now. Like, I don't think I can get out of here without triggering. I just remembered I just remembered, what's his name? Steve? I think he's Steve, is, oh shit, I have a lot of money. Really want this. I'm just thinking if there's something that better. I'm not gonna roll. I'm not gonna roll for it right now. We'll just go with it. I think I could do some good things with this wand. Not that one. Not that one. Potentially this one, but that charge speed is too low to be like long-lasting. And I say that, but this one's the same way. So, but is it better than what I have? It's probably better than this, right? 28, 22. Nope. 28, 22 is way better than that stuff. Spell refresh. Nah, we're not fucking with spell refresh. Alright, got a perk. Oh wait, no, I can cheat my way out of here. In fact, I can do it without upsetting, because that's why you get right, that's why you get teleport. Okay. Let me make sure I remember how to do this. I fucked it. I'll be coming back there either way. I'll just have to tunnel through that stuff. That would have been great to have. If I hadn't found a teleport on the last one, that would have been amazing. Yeah, I think because of the mana stats, it's time to ditch the 10-7. So, with that in mind, digging wand. Here. Alright. Oh, look at that wand. Oh, I have to see what's inside that. Okay, it's very important that I take as little damage as possible for a while. Because right now we are... The time between now and my next heal... God, I could do that. That could have been an apocalyptic situation. Fortunately, it wasn't. 20 slots. This early? A 20-slot wand this early? It's insane, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to use it for fucking storage. This is going to be my do not ever fire this wand for any reason wand. Oh, yeah, that works. Actually, you know what? I think this might be a long-lasting run. I'm not trying to jinx anything, and I don't think I am. I just think that we've got what we need for this to be a good run. Doesn't it work that way? Pretty sure it works this way. Yes, sir. That is a much better wand. So this is the one that every time I fire it, I think it has like a 20% overall crit chance. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. In there. Try this bomb just because I have one sitting around. I didn't think that would work. Actually, don't. It's just rock, but you have to have like a fucking black hole to get through it. Just about to say I'm glad I haven't seen the laser sights yet, but there it is. Shit, that sucked. Oh, that sucked. Yep, that sucked a lot. Drop through this. Oh, what a pain. Alright. Please? Alright. Somebody thought they could use that wand. Oh. Okay, hold up. That's actually pretty good. It's better. That charge speed is awesome. If I could get heavy spread on this right now, it would be very, very good. But because of the mana charge speed being so good, I'm going to use it for my digger wand for right now. That mana charge speed is absolutely insane. I'm talking too much, and I forgot that I have a teleport wand, and I should be using that to run away from everything. Is this the way? Yeah, this is the way out. Okay. So, yep, this is where things are going to get a little not exciting. Can't get that yet. I'll come back for it. Okay. So, we are now back up to the first floor. Since I have the teleport wand, I don't even need to bother with any of this. We can just go straight over. Do I need that? I do. I do need that. Well, I'm glad I remembered that. I hope I don't fall in there. That'd be a really embarrassing way to die. Smaradina. What's that? Okie dokie. We're at the 3-hour mark right now. Usually I try to break every hour and a half. Let me just get out of the mountain, and then we'll take a 5 or 10 minute break. Because we are now going on a field trip through the world of Noita. And if you think you know the world of Noita and you don't know what I'm talking about, you don't know the world of Noita. Because this entire game is a field trip. The dungeon is maybe like 10% of it. Not even kidding. 10%. That is not a, broadcaster exaggeration. 10% of the game is available inside of the dungeon, which is where pretty much everyone goes. The other 90%... Now, I'm not talking about spells, I guess, to be clear. I'm talking about encounters, I'm talking about events, I'm talking about secrets, I'm talking about, ultra-powerful stuff. And, you can't find any of it inside the dungeon, because it's literally not there. There are... How many? I guess there are probably 3 or 4 of the, 10 boss fights are available inside the dungeon. None of the others are. What am I doing? I'm trying to leave. Okay, right, so I'm over here. I need to go left. Okay. Back on target. Do not teleport into the lamp. Mistake. Wait, did I just... How does blocking damage even work in this? Oh, I took melee immunity. That's right. That's right. Something with me and roguelikes, despite how much I love them, I have a hard time keeping track of what all is, in my inventory. I'm sure everyone does, but I really feel like I do have a hard time with that. So, actually, I'll tell you what. We're gonna go up here. Right, since I haven't unlocked anything on here yet. Let's see, we don't do this either. does this do? It gives me HP, right? And it pisses off the final boss. I think that's all it does. Because I want Sea of Lava. But maybe put it on a trigger. Probably a good idea. This is the first one. I remember. Or no. No, this is like the first one that means something, because the Smaragdina, which is, I think, this one, right? That's the Tablet Smaragdina. Tabula Smaragdina. Yeah, right. Yeah, like this. This is just like, oh, okay, cool. So you have, like, magic powers or some shit. But then you get to this one, and it's like, wait. So balance, right? Symmetry. There's always a corresponding element. And what I interpret this to mean now is what you see down there is not everything. And in fact, there is a lot more. Now, in the case of Noita, that's a massive understatement. But that's how I interpret it now, I guess. Because at the time, and with any game that has environmental storytelling, when you first read it, you have no idea what it's talking about. Trying to remember what all you can get achievements for sacrificing here. But I am going to go ahead and do the Tabula Smaragdina. Evidence of the toxic relationship I have with Noita is the fact that it just told me that my curiosity was rewarded. Alright. So I think what we should do here is... I know I said I was going to take a break. First, we're going to go over to the mountain. Or not the mountain, the tree. As you can see, there's a bunch of destroyed like stone towers here. Oh, but what's that? How strange. I wonder what that could be. Oh, Noita. And I just remembered, since I have the teleport, I don't actually have to, since I have the teleport, I don't actually have to go to the desert. Right. Okay, I said once I got where I was going that we would take a quick break. So, I'm gonna say 10 minutes just to give myself some extra time, but I may be back in 5. We'll see. Alright, BRB. been quite 10 minutes yet, but I'm here. I kind of want to set up a graphic that shows up when I use my mute hotkey. I'm not sure where to put it, though. Or, like, how to make one, I guess, is what I'm saying. Because my BRB scene doesn't even have the mic as input, so it's never gonna... It's always muted. I think it's the flute that you have to have in order to interact with this. But my god, the music is just too good. This is usually where I would take a break. I prefer for this to have no projectiles or materials for that matter. Casting sea lava anywhere is pretty risky. What does this cost? What am I hearing right now? Huh. I must have been clipping into one of the pixels on that thing. Okay. So, quick disclaimer. The game gets a lot more dangerous from here. If I see pretty much anything, there's a good chance it could kill me. Especially if it's not a goblin. No, that was not a setup. Yeah, so multicast and modifiers are going to go on 1-4. And then we're going to have damage, digging, and travel or teleport. Do I want to bother with getting the eye right now? I don't remember its name because it's finished, but there's an evil eye that you can get on the way. I'll get it on the way back. Essence Eater. Okay. Oh, that's lucky. Means I actually know where I am. That's what that's called, right? An Essence Eater? Something like that. I thought there was a way to make it, like, show whatever your cursor's on. Huh. I don't know. Oh, really? Why is that under input? Come on, guys. That was so I could do this. Or can I? Yeah, packed snow. Maybe it won't tell me because I can't see it. Yeah, I guess so. You can only identify things to a certain depth. Essence Eater. Now that I've discovered it. Oh, okay, I get it. So, like, when you're in the dungeon and the darkness is going away, the whole fog of war idea, once it's visible, you can identify it with the mouse. Makes sense. Makes sense. So I actually don't remember how far along the Essence Eater is. I think we might be about to go over the chasm. I'm gonna walk, and if I see anything, I'll just run away. This is where it gets scary. I'm not kidding when I say that there are things that will instantly fire a very dangerous projectile at me. Yeah, here's the chasm. Now the chasm... What the fuck? Whew. Okay. Alright. I don't know... Okay, hang on. Noita loves to throw curveballs, but we do not like to see curveballs. What in the hell is that doing there? That's not supposed to be there. Like, this is supposed to be a chasm. I have no idea what this structure is doing here. No clue. I don't know, maybe it just... Because, like, land masses can spawn in the air, especially out here. But, like, east to west. Oh, wow. Wow, that completely threw me for a loop. It scared the piss out of me. Okay. So that there, yeah, so that's the bridge. Wait. Now, I just realized that even though I can see this cursor, there. Alright, so all the things I've been pointing at are going to make a little more sense now. What are you doing here? Can you guys go away? I know I said that it could be dangerous here, but it's already got more than I think I've seen before. Like, what the hell? Get me out of here. Am I at the lake? Okay, good. Alright. Oh. Stressful game, y'all. I'm trying to think right now. Does Energy Orb get you through... the stone, like, entryway to the diamonds? Because I need to get, I don't remember which skeevy it is, but the earth one, so that I can get to the gold biome. Once you get to the gold biome, you have so much fucking money that you can do anything. Yeah, but I can't do that. If you have the Greek spell, you literally can cast anything infinitely, but we are not there yet, and I'm not going to try to go kill the thing you have to kill to get it. Okay, now if I remember right, this interaction is not going to be very dangerous for me, because it just isn't very dangerous. I'm trying to see if speed up has an effect on cast delay, because I think it does. Here, I've got Spell Lab. I'm just going to pull it up. Because I think you can hover. Yeah, yeah. Now, what was it that I wanted to see speed up? Nope, Never mind. Okay, so I am going to need to toss a wand, which means I need to bring the storage wand in there with me, though. Let's leave this there. Good thing I have tinkering. That's unfortunate. Yes, I am going to go ahead and put that. The glimmers are very good because of their effect on cast delay. So, for example, this is now going to fire about twice as fast. We like that. We like when things, well, when most things happen twice as often. We also get this wand, which is a very good wand. Again, all credit goes to my friend Matt for discovering and compiling this entire route, because I did not. So I think I can leave here, but I might as well stay. It's one of like the only truly safe places. I'm almost to the point that I want to go make my gallery in the floor 3 mountain. But not sure yet. Not quite sure yet. Hey, appreciate the message. Give me just a minute to ban you. I'm trying to figure out how. Hmm. Oh, it's probably on your name, isn't it? Yep. Here we go. Excellent. Wow, that's actually not that hard. Cool. Yeah, that's my first ever spam bot. Okay, cool. So now I know how to ban if I need to. Right, no, so this is where we're going to be putting these from now on. And all of of this fires at once, and so it doesn't actually matter the order that any of this is in. Just with my current setup, though, because if I had, like, the Greek spells, then, yeah, it would be a lot different. These already reduced cast delay, though, so, but not the recharge time. Oh, I did get a really high recharge time, actually. That sucks. But these do 50 damage, or 15 damage. But they do increase the spread quite a bit. Oh, let's give it a try. Can't do that kind of stuff, man. Yeah, see, it spreads too much. It spreads too much. So, I need to do... It's too slow, man. It's too slow. Maybe I'm better off with it, like, the way it came. Because, like, I want to stack up these effects and do all this cool stuff, but, if it doesn't do enough damage, it's not worth it. It's really pretty simple. I don't know what to do because the recharge time on this is so long. It's really not usable. I guess that's alright, yeah. It's alright. That's gonna put spread on the spark bolt, though. It's just gonna be for raw damage, then I don't need that. This does 11, and it would come with a chainsaw. I remember doing this a lot, for some reason. I wish I could remember how the, like, zero cast delay thing works with the chainsaw. I will have it figured out at some point. Which item is that limits your spells to 1 frame? I think you get it from the, like... It's a weird boss. He's just like a green blob. Sometimes you're just reminded out of nowhere that you need to eat. I don't know, it's weird. You kind of feel it inside your body. I'm glad it made that sound because I just realized the bottom of this building has been burning this entire time. Unfortunately, that doesn't matter because I think the outer layer is steel, but like as you can see right over here, it is exactly 1 pixel thick. It is common for this chamber to fill with water. If I had Breathless, we could go down and die to the actual squid boss. Yeah, I don't know if it's like thalassophobia or why, but even in like a 2D game, I am utterly terrified of being in deep water, especially if there is something large nearby. It seems like a normal fear or an understandable fear, but it happens on like a phobic level, I think, because like yeah, just thinking about dropping down to the bottom of this lake is terrifying to me. You could tell me that it wasn't going to touch me and it would still be terrifying. I don't know why I'm going on about this. I need to order food. Mhm. Do I want to eat food or do I want to eat garbage? It's always the question, isn't it? At some point, I know I considered making a program that would optimize my wands, but I don't think I ever actually did it. I don't even remember how I thought I would do it. Well, at least the whole thing didn't burn. Oh dear. Ah. Huh. Alright. God, the number of times I have suffocated and died in this bone dust is non-zero. Okay. I mean, I've got everything I need, so head out. Except I forgot I was going to get a good wand while I was down there, and so I put that up there. Let me just do that. All out. Really good, but I don't think I can justify max mana being only 100. Yeah, no, I can't do that. Okay. Book. Ah. Ah. He was wrong. He was not, in fact, safe. But I don't doubt that he did his best, you know? Forever's a long time. They don't tell you that when you started out. A couple things I need to do real quick. Hmm. Well, I am going to go ahead and cut the stream at top of the hour. I completely intentionally, definitely not accidentally, started my stream right on the hour, and I think for first stream back, 4 hours is plenty. Um, but I've had a good time. It, uh, I forgot how in depth Noita gets. It's a very like it's very fulfilling to see things go well in Noita. Until they don't. Well, I really do. I really do. And I'm sure people could go on about this for days, and I'm sure it drives others crazy, but that's again why I would say that a save system in this game would be very, very good. And that's coming from someone who has played every popular roguelite that you could think of. I actively seek them out. I love them. Um, and I would never say that any of them need a save system, even the ones that go on for like multiple hours. But Noita requires experimentation, but punishes any number of mistakes or any single mistake with potentially losing your entire run. And they trick you. The perks have side effects that they don't tell you about. That's all fine. That's all great. But there is a reason why Souls games get away with that because it's always the same and they have checkpoints. Even if the checkpoints are really far apart in a Souls game, it's at least fair. But here, they'll just take your entire damn run. So once you get to the point that you're heading outside of the dungeon in Noita, that's the point where I would say that you need. Um, sorry. That's the point where I would say you need saves. And when I did my really, really long run, like, because to get some of these achievements, you have to have a really long run, I made actual checkpoints, right? Like, I didn't want to cheat the game, and so I didn't, like, constantly uh, make backups of my save because that's essentially what you have to do. I made a checkpoint at the start of floor 3 because that would be when I am set up. That's like the biggest random part of a Noita run is getting set up in the beginning. The rest of it, like, you don't end up with the same equipment no matter what. That's not what I'm saying, but you need certain equipment in order to make any significant progress in the game um, outside of the dungeon. And so, since that's what I decided to do with this run, I usually would have stopped at floor 3 and made a backup. And then, not here, but after we go, because we're almost to the west border of the map right now. But here in a minute, well, next time actually, we're going to be going all the way to the right, to the east, where I will get a bunch of money. After you get all that money, then you're able to go to the really, really dangerous spell shops. And that's where you get uh, the Greek spells. That's where you get the touch of spells, the split by spells. Now, what's interesting, I don't know how many of those are going to be available to me right now because this is a fresh account. That's why I have this 40 new under my progress, is because apparently my save disappeared. I think I have a backup of my really, really long run right toward the end of it, but I'll have to see. Yeah, actually, I think it would have been on my other computer. And I know I was having problems with the Steam Cloud, so yeah. Okay, yeah. I can probably find that data, and then maybe after this run, I'll switch it over to that. But who knows? Maybe this run will go on for an extremely long time, and who knows? But in order for this run to actually be sustainable, we still need a way to heal. We still need money. We still need damage. We still need Greek spells. We still need a way to dig through pretty much any material. And we need a lot of HP, like thousands of HP. Only then will this be a real run. Like right now, it has the potential to explore the entire surface, and because we have teleport and something capable of digging through sand, I probably could go to the... I don't remember what it's called, but it's this really spooky, like, sand pit. Um, but if I can't... Because I don't want to suffocate in the sand, and that's pretty likely. To be clear, I'm not going to save scum this run at all. No, I have no intention on doing that. I got lucky, and it was my first run back, and it turned out to be viable for pretty much anything I want to do so far. Um, there's a lot of things that would have to line up in order for this to be end game viable. It's already like end of the main dungeon viable, but to go kill the other bosses, to get to parallel worlds, um, to go to the sky work and go to hell work. Heaven work and hell work is really what it should be. Um, the long way, that's for sure. I'm trying to remember what the purpose was of getting all five of the elements. Was it for the moon? I think it's for the moon. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's for the moon. There's several things that you end up doing with the moon. I still got a few minutes here. I'm in a relatively good position, so I think I'm just going to figure out if I want to keep this wand or not. Right, because the 100 max, I don't think I do. Let me see how this is now. See, that's too fast, but that's okay. I don't have to hold it down. Listen to this while I look at my spells. Since this is empty, I'm going to go ahead and put it there. Oh, that's right. These also reduce spread. Oh, okay. So actually, how much does this increase it from? So these two arrows would make up for 4 spit bolts. actually be worth looking into. We'll see. Hello. I didn't expect it to be quite that accurate, but perfect. Now this one we have to listen to all the way. Right, how do you make it continue running when it's in the background? I know there's a setting for it. I don't know why that's under input. There's some strange menu choices. Done with that. Okay. How far am I going here? I guess I'll go to... Well, I gotta go to the pyramid at least, right? Yes, there is a pyramid. I don't have any reason to stop in the desert now. I'm definitely not going down into the cavern until I have more of the equipment that I need. There's the pyramid. What is this? Earthquake? We don't use earthquake. This one really starts to blow it open for you. This, because if you've made it here, you're already pretty curious about how deep it goes, and this tells you basically that you're just getting started. I think because of how long the recharge time is, I'm not going to want to do it this way. Yeah, there's really just no point in doing it that way. So we'll keep it this way. It doesn't. I think it's fine to have it like that. But I could put a fifth one on here if it weren't for this. So let's... Oh, come on. There was a lot of wand management, that's for sure. Okay. Okay. So we did make it to the pyramid. I guess I'm not actually quite done yet, because I'm actually waiting on food. So let me think. I think there's a tower that I'll probably hit right here. Or maybe I went over it. Yep, I went over it. Okay. This is actually where I was heading, and alright, I remember now. This is an important thing to remember. I have to take this thing somewhere. And it's actually... Wait. No, I could take it to the desert one, which is just like right next to me. So, never mind. Never mind. Let me fix my digging wand. Why not? Oh good, it does actually go through. I was afraid it wouldn't. These are so much more expensive than the non-triggered version. It sucks. Like, I think the non-triggered version is a 30, and I'm not even using the trigger for anything. Now, it's good that I have it, because I will want it later, for sure. Alright, here we go. Yep, and that does a tiny amount of damage, but nothing severe. And somewhere down here, there is an essence eater. That's where I'm not going right now. That's the cavern. Once I have decent equipment, I'll go down there. Yeah. The third of 4. Don't go inside these. But I don't quite remember where the essence eater is. So we are gonna... Ah, there it is. Perfect. Okay, and there's Tanner Kiwi, which... apparently it got upset by something. Okay, alright, cool. But now, if I ever kick, it does that, right? Yep. Yep. That is an important thing to make note of. So, this will allow me to... And actually, I can carry the tablet with me. This is blood. Yeah, I mean, I'll hold on to the blood potion. Why not? Get out of here. Right click. Yep. Later. I definitely have muscle memory for teleport being on 3, so I'm gonna switch it there. Promise I did not do that on purpose. Okay, oops. Clicked out of the game. Alright. So, I have a digging wand, I have... Yeah, I have everything I need. I think this'll work, actually. That fires way too quickly. But I think, and we'll see in a second, that it will be able to fire through here pretty nicely. Yes, that does seem to be the case. So I think this is where I would usually do something like this. That way I can just, like, switch between those two directly. Yep, I remember this. Work from home was a good time. This is the fastest way that I know of to get to the gold biome. It's easy to forget what you're doing, honestly, because of just how much stuff there is. Not even close yet. Maybe a quarter of the way. Oh, I remember now. This is what I used to bring the evil eye for. Because that's what would allow me to actually get not only this far, but quite a bit further with without teleport. That was the only way to do it. Because without teleport, it's basically impossible to get over the tree to the left. So you have to take those potions, go to the desert, unlock that teleporter, It's a mess. You absolutely can suffocate in this goal. I have done it. I would say this part takes about 5 minutes. We are nowhere close to being done with this. Light up some of this and see how bright it's making my face. Money, money, money. I forgot about the little nutsack, like, divots that are in the walls. Food is just about here, so we'll wrap up here, and I'll go do that. I think my availability is pretty open for the next few weeks. So I think I'm going to try to do this every day. Probably a few hours. Maybe not 4 every time, but a few hours. Yeah. We'll probably keep doing this Noita run for right now. Just because there's, like, since this is a new save file, there's a ton that I could do on here. Unfortunately, it is a modded save. Unfortunately, I do have edit wands everywhere turned on, but I'll make that disclaimer many, many times, I'm sure. And I don't care. I don't care. It's just to have it on record. I'm not trying to hide it. I know that there's mods. Other than Spell Lab, which Spell Lab, okay, in hindsight, I didn't need the edit wands everywhere. I forgot Spell Labs had a toggle for it. But Spell Lab is why I have mods turned on, and that's what I was doing at the start of this stream. But I enjoyed going through with a run as well. Maybe tomorrow I'll get back into some more spell crafting. Just it's a bit cerebral. It's a lot more cerebral than the rest of the game. Sometimes you just want to play your roguelike, you know? So, yeah, a little bit of like half and half. Cool. So should I go anywhere else? Now that I have all this money, I think what's next was to go to the work, which is way too dangerous for this build. So I think I might be better off just like going back to the dungeon and getting in trouble there. Because now that I have Tenarkivi, which is the earth stone, I can tunnel through anything. I can't go to parallel worlds because of the curse dot that's there, or that's between the worlds, but I'll be able to deal with that once I get, like, Circle of, it's not just called Circle of Healing, is it? But whatever spell that is, the Circle of Healing. So, yep. Well, anyway, it was good getting reacquainted with the game. I definitely do want to keep playing it. And yeah, I think I'm gonna hop off of here and go get me some food. Assuming anyone has decided to go to the end of this VOD, thank you very much. I appreciate you. And yeah, looking forward to more. So.